Alright, everything ready and up? Okay. Is my mic working? Alright, let's get my, pinned comment up, and we'll get rolling. Alright. There's that. Pinned comment is up. Okay. Alright. Hello everyone and welcome back to the live question and answer show for Tea and Toast with Ghost. I am your host, Ghost. And we are in the roll. So let's see what to do here. Because I was farming to get this back. And I hit... How many levels did I hit? I hit, I think, 2 levels before. Okay. So, alright. So before I go take on the Timekeeper, I might as well max out my level. Alright. Is my mic audio working better this time? It does sound like it. Okay, so that's good news. Okay, folks, just give me a minute here to run checks here real quick. see. Video capture is working. Audio capture is working. Well, input capture is working. Output's looking good. Okay, let me check my desktop. Make sure for the videos I'm going to be showing everybody. So, where's my soundboard? Let's get that up. Okay. Okay. Let's make sure.
Hello, boys.
Okay, that sounds good. Make sure it's not too loud. Okay. Looks like my audio checks are coming in good. Good.
I hope the Agas are made of sterner stuff. The last mechanic I had opened my rig and fainted on the spot. Last I heard, he still has not woken. Screams plenty though.
Okay. Okay, audio checks are good. Actually, let's put a skin on this now that I think about it. I always liked putting a skin on.
Dad, did you take a shower? Daddy.
Everybody always needs something. Yes, hi, Ofu, Ofari796, sir. Do you have a question for the live stream? You can send, if you need to contact me, message me through my email. If you have any questions that you can't send through YouTube, because I know it has those kinds of problems. The email isn't there. Hold on. Let me check. It should be there in my community. Hold on. That seems strange. No, it's there. Here, let me go through my personal account and see if it isn't there. It should be visible. Oh, it's not. I'll have to correct that later. Apparently it's not visible to my community. I don't know why. I thought I had set it as visible. I guess I'm gonna have to fix that. I thought it was visible. I apologize for that. I thought I had that set available for that. I do apologize. I do apologize for that. Come here. Okay. Okay. And it looks like my audio is pretty balanced out too, so good news there. Where'd that static come from? Where's that static feed coming from? I hear it.
There is a cold around here that would seep into my bones if I had any. Lucky for me, bad habits do not care about the weather. And I am willing to call the wind's bluff.
Alright. Ow. Okay, let's get this party started, folks. Alrighty. So the first half of this live stream is going to be about communication between men and women. Is everything working? I can't tell. Or did the stream settings change on me without noticing? Alright, well, if it's not on ultra... Actually, maybe if I go to my YouTube settings... No, it's on ultra low. Okay. Okay. Alright. So with everything, it seems like everything's up and running. So we're going to, first off, we're going to start off with this psych hacks video. The difference between masculine and feminine communication, information versus experience. So we're going to let Dr. Taraban talk.
I'm Dr. Orion Taraban, and this is Psych Hacks, Better Living Through Psychology. And the topic of today's short talk is the difference between masculine and feminine communication.
I need to start the encounter.
Now, I'm using these terms masculine and feminine as opposed to male and female because the fact of the matter is both men and women are capable of masculine and feminine communication. But in general, men tend toward masculine communication, and in general, women tend toward feminine communication. So the gendered terms aren't really tied to biological sex, but they are somewhat correlated. Okay, so there are some significant differences between masculine and feminine communication, and it's the failure to adequately appreciate those differences that leads to a whole host of conflict and misunderstanding between the sexes. However, this can be mitigated through understanding. Let's start with masculine communication. Masculine communication is about the transmission of information.
Your perfect domain
there's
is out there.
Darn it.
Go to Wix and make it yours. Claim your space online. Own your name, your brand, your breakthrough. And the rest just clicks. It all starts.
It does this by means of two general strategies. The first is to emphasize the semantic content of the communication. This is why things like definition and word choice are so important. A single improper word can mar the entire transmission. And the second strategy is to minimize, if not eliminate entirely, the emotional component of the transmission. This is because if the goal is to convey information, emotion is superfluous at best and distortive at worst. In masculine communication, we know that the speaker has been heard if the listener can accurately summarize or paraphrase the essential information contained in the intended message. That's masculine communication. On the other hand, feminine communication is almost entirely the opposite. That's because feminine communication is about the transmission of experience in the sense of felt subjectivity. While word choice isn't entirely arbitrary, it's much less important than in masculine communication. Why? Because in feminine communication, words are not primarily used for their semantic content, but as containers for emotional energy. And this is true in direct proportion to how emotional the speaker is. Man or woman, at the heights of anger, at the depths of despair, you see? In feminine communication, we know that the speaker has been heard if the listener ends up resonating at the same emotional frequency as the speaker. Think of tuning forks. When a vibrating tuning fork is brought close to another, the second begins to vibrate at the same frequency. And this is a big part of why women can be so emotionally provocative. For better or worse, they are trying to get you to feel the same way she does in that moment. Now, before I go any further, if you're liking what you're hearing, please consider sending this video to someone who might benefit from its message. It's word-of-mouth referrals like this that really help to make the channel grow. And you can also hit the super thanks button, which is those 3 little dots in the lower right-hand corner below the video. You can hit that button and tip me in proportion to the value you feel you have derived from this episode. I really appreciate your support. Now, this is why, from a masculine perspective, if we were to eavesdrop on a group of women sitting around and having a conversation.
Oh, wait. Okay. All right, I've got to get this timing better down, but regardless. But anyway, yes, tuning forks will do that. And it also, but the thing that I don't know if he well, I don't think he intentionally misled anybody there. But the thing you have to remember about tuning forks is that, yes, they will vibrate in frequency with each other. But if the pitch is if the tuning fork's pitch is lower than the others, it doesn't work as well. Well, it's not to say that the energy doesn't transfer, because it does, but it's not as powerful as you think. It's what is it? What's the way I'm thinking the best way to phrase this? It's the best way to phrase this. Trying to think. I'm guessing the best way to phrase this is imagine hitting something with imagine hitting a pitchfork with just flicking it compared to punching it, I guess you could say. And that's the difference. And it's that vibration there. Now let's see if I can actually play this without that back feeding.
It can almost sound psychotic. One moment, a woman is tearfully recalling something sad that happened to her. And as she starts to cry, the eyes of all the women at the table start to well up. And then A few moments later, she reveals that she was comically wrong about what she was sad about, and as she laughs, the whole table bursts into uproarious laughter, all in the span of a minute. From a feminine perspective, the conversation is an emotional journey whereby the listeners are conducted through a succession of emotional states that mimic the speaker's experience. And it's through that emotional resonance that women connect with other people. Here's the easiest way to think about it. Masculine communication is like language without vowels. It's only consonants. If I were to write you an email with all the vowels removed, you would likely be able to figure out what I was trying to say with little reduction in fidelity. And that's because almost all the semantic information in a word is contained in its consonants. On the other hand, feminine communication is like a language without consonants. It's only vowels. At its extreme, it's just pure, undifferentiated sound. And that's because almost all the emotional information in a word is contained in its vowels. And this is why some song lyrics just sound so ridiculous when you try to transcribe them. The song isn't about the words. The words are merely containers for the emotion, which is untranslatable. Now, effective communication occurs when you marry these two things together. Effective communication is the union of masculine and feminine communication. Just like the fullest expression of language is to utilize both vowels and consonants. To do this, you use the masculine focus on word choice to select appropriate words that accurately reflect the information you're trying to convey. That is, use the masculine focus to appreciate semantic information while imbuing those words with emotional content, which is the feminine contribution. Now, I'm stealing this term emotional content from Bruce Lee in Enter the Dragon. Emotional content is not anger. Emotional content is not happiness. Emotional content is not any emotion in particular. Emotional content is like undifferentiated emotion, something like warmth or intention. You're putting a little of yourself in the words you are communicating. Think of it like timbre, which is a musical term which means the quality of sound that reflects the nature of the instrument it is sounded upon. Specificity in language plus richness in quality is the simple arithmetic for the most effective forms of communication. What do you think? Does this fit with your experience? Let me know in the comments below. And if you've gotten this far, you might as well like this episode and subscribe to this channel.
Not sure what I'll do with it. Be off with you then. I don't mind. And we're off. Just scratch the serial number off, and she'll be right as rain.
So, how do I want to put this in English? Give me a minute to think.
I'll miss our little chats. They don't let me cut on folks no more. But thanks for stopping by.
Because the best way to think about this is to think of women as tuning forks. You know, that's the best way to think about this. Is that when they hit the right pitches, they're all resonating with one another. And as for men, you know, we're all our own instruments playing, whether you're a guitar, a trumpet, a trombone, violin, viola, cello. And, you know, we're each hitting our own tenor notes, as the good doctor just described. And men and you know, in theme with what he's saying, men vibrate at their own frequency. So when you think about it, this is, I mean, I know that I don't have a degree in any form of music, but as the good doctor describes here, this is the difference between men and women's communication in a musical concept.
Over here, we have a demon to hunt. Well, I see.
And, I'm not going to continue with the analogy because, frankly, most, unless you've actually studied a little bit of music theory, you're not going to understand. I mean, the good news for me is I've played instruments before, so I do actually understand I do understand the music theory that he's talking about. But seeing as that this is the good doctor's explanation, let's go to the streets here for a minute, and let's see what minute either men and women have to say, or just women, because these are live reacts. I actually didn't watch any of these, or at least I tried not to. So let's see. And quick side note here, before I play this video, I have heard that some of these street interviews are not actually live. What am I looking to say here? Is live the right word? No, live's not the right word. They're staged. That's the word I'm looking for here. They're staged. So if some of these are staged, I will say that I don't know if they are or not. I'm going to put that out there here to everybody.
Another timekeeper pit.
So let's get this video rolling, shall we, folks? Oh, I have the audio off. My bad.
How long is too long to wait, and how soon is too
Hold on
soon
a
to
second,
call?
folks. I need to
Personally, I
something.
think that's completely up to you and how you feel that conversation went.
Do you prefer that they text or call when they first contact you?
Text. Please don't call me right away. I won't answer.
Why is that?
Because it's just too much
'Cause
pressure.
I can't
just text
hear
me.
that long.
Do you prefer that they text or call when they first contact you?
Text. I think a call is kind of creepy.
Have you ever been ghosted before?
Yeah. Yes.
Have you ever ghosted somebody before, and if so, why?
Yes. They were too persistent.
Yeah, lose interest.
Why do some people flake rather than let someone know they're not interested?
They feel bad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I
isn't
can't
it
hear that too
worse
well.
to lead someone?
Okay.
shelf life of fresh baked goods and produce. Radiation. It's not all bad. Looking for a new solution for excessive hair growth? Try radiation. It's not all bad.
Some of these other soldiers really live and breathe the Timekeeper. I should work up some merch with his big gold face. Water bottles or t-shirts. Yes! Time for the big man to pay it forward.
Citizens caught gossiping about the rise of unbolted citizens will be taken on a night tour of the nearest restricted zone. Predator sightings persist. Widespread property damage and personal injury expected. Be the appropriate level of alarmed only.
Okay, I'm not able to find what I need, so I need to play with the audio here for a minute, folks. So if it starts double looping, I apologize. Just give me a minute to find a happy medium here.
Somebody on?
Yes.
Yes, it is. I think I think you feel bad at the moment. You feel guilty and you don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. So you're just like, eh.
Why do some women give out and even offer up their number, but then ghost you when you contact them?
I don't know. I do it all the time. I'm not gonna lie. So maybe like they kind of like had good intentions and they kind of wanted to talk to you, but you just weren't like that interesting. Maybe I don't know. I don't know why I do it. So I don't know.
Have you ever been ghosted before?
I don't think so.
Why do some women give out and even offer their phone number, but then ghost you when you contact them?
They like the attention.
How should a man know if a girl genuinely likes him or if she just wants attention?
Ask.
Is she showing interest in things that you're interested in? Asking you questions about yourself? Or is she just talking about herself and waiting for you to ask more questions about her?
Do you gauge a man's level of interest whether he asks for your Instagram versus your phone number?
Yes.
Why?
Quality over quantity.
I think that's kind of like slutty to ask for your Instagram and not your phone number. Maybe.
Really? Okay.
A little bit.
What if he asked for your OnlyFans?
Yeah. See how these women see how some women, because this is not all women. I mean, there are some guys who will sit there and say it's all women, but the sad truth is it's not all. If it was all, we'd have a lot more problems, in my opinion. But, you know, this is the thing. This is the really big problem that a lot of men have is they'll get a phone number and, you know, it's not even the woman's real phone number. And mind you, the guy might actually have real honest intentions, while we'll never really know what real's going on here. So, you know, this is always a big, you know, catch-22 moment here. If she gives it to you, is it really her number? And, of course, if he asks for her OnlyFans, she's gonna give it. She smells the money.
Just tell us where the autolite processor is.
The time wasters are here! Big money!
So, I mean, you know, So, I mean, people, I mean, you know, to the women out there who say, how come a guy doesn't approach? This is a real big part of the reason. Why would any guy want to approach when he's going to be like, am I even getting this woman's real phone number? I mean, think about that for a minute. If a guy kept handing you fake phone numbers or handing you fake names and crap, would you even try dating? I mean, simple concept here. Play games. You play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I mean, honestly, really think about that for a minute. When you go to a carnival game that, you know, everyone says it's rigged. And, you know, it's rigged because you have to meet this nearly impossible line, this balanced line, or the bar rotates and it's nearly impossible to win.
Help me save this city from this. They perverted my. You know those killer drones terrorizing the city? I kind of made them accidentally.
To help me hack them back from the Timekeeper, I just need you to upload this virus into an unactivated drone.
If it lessens some of the bullets Dominion hurls my way, you have my attention.
So, the next time you hear those videos, where have all the good men gone? You know, this plays a role. Guy walks up to a girl he mildly likes. Now, of course, there's always going to be those guys who are trying to smash, you know, get it in, however you want to describe that. So, that's always going to be kind of there. But, you know, if that's your grand assumption as always, with other videos I've seen, tends to be, not all, but some women's default, unless she's in a relationship. And if she's in a relationship, and the guy won't, if she says, oh yeah, I'm in a relationship, I have a boyfriend, or I'm married, and the guy still persists and she gives him a fake number, you know, and she's actually in a real relationship, and she's not faking that, you know, I'm not going to begrudge her for giving this guy a fake number, a fake email address, whatever, because she doesn't want the guy's attention. So I'm not going to begrudge a woman in that instance. To be truthfully honest with everybody here, I'm not going to begrudge her in the slightest, because she already said no, what, how many times? At least once, twice, maybe? And he didn't let up. And then you know, she said she has a boyfriend, and, you know, considering how many guys have seen the videos of the women saying, oh, I have a boyfriend, and you know, mind you, this is a prank channel, so there's no guarantee that this isn't staged. So I don't know if any of those kinds of channels are staged. But, you know, assuming that these situations aren't staged, you know, it's the general excuse. I have a boyfriend. I have a boyfriend. I'm married. Or you're ugly. And it's just like, you know, again, why does a guy even want to consider try dating when this is the general response he gets? Come on. Think about that for a minute. I mean, you know, you want to flip this in reverse. You know, you want to flip this in reverse. You know, you meet a guy, you know, for women, you know, this would be the context of meeting a guy who makes you really feel emotions, makes you feel a lot. And all of a sudden he ghosts you and you finally managed a way to communicate with him. And what does he tell you? I never loved you. I never even really liked you. All you were was a notch on my bedpost. You were a place to stick my thing in while I lined up the next one. Thanks for being my thanks for being my stop onto the next one. I mean, that's basically the same concept here. And, you know, I don't endorse this treatment of anybody, folks, to be bluntly honest with everybody here. For either men or women. I don't endorse that treatment, period, at all. But, you know, this is the way our modern society chooses to live. Do I honestly think it's okay? No, I really don't. But it's how we've chosen to do things. And personally, I really think it needs to change for the better. Now, will that happen? I can't say. To be perfectly honest with everybody here, I mean, I hope it does change, because it's not healthy in any measure.
Jammers installed all through the factory. We'll have to take care of those too.
They will be reduced to fragments in just a moment.
No, destroying them won't work. It'll send the entire
Let's continue. Let's listen to how these women think it's funny. Well, some of them are smiling and laughing and thinking it's funny. Let me turn this up and make sure hopefully it doesn't feed loop into the microphone.
Would that be sluttier?
It's definitely sluttier.
Okay. Have you ever ghosted somebody, and if so, why?
Yes. Because I wasn't interested, and then he kept texting me and I felt bad, so I told him I wasn't interested anymore.
How should a man know if a woman is playing hard to get or if she's just not interested?
She doesn't text you, she doesn't call you, she does not return your call. She's not texting you, dude.
Men, that's the one thing men don't understand is when a woman's not interested, they don't get that point. They don't see it. They just continue to do it. So if a woman is short-answered, you can just tell by the answer.
Well, there's actually something to bring up here. What he's saying. Because the thing that is not being said here... Okay, now, as I was saying, the thing that's not talked about here is that most guys are taught that, you know, just keep texting. She'll eventually text you back, not realizing that she's giving you the cold shoulder. Because, you know, most guys don't understand. Well, understand's the wrong word here. Understand is very much the wrong word here. You know, it's... You can't... It's... I mean, it's, No, darn it, I said... I just lost my train of thought. Darn it. But, you know, the point is it's kind of hard to tell who isn't and isn't interested from a text message. I mean, women can glean this from a text message, and some guys are better at it and some guys aren't. But still... But, you know, the short form here is that men are not taught these differences. I mean, it's arguable that, you know, guys used to be taught the difference. Because, you know, you might have a brother or a father who might sit there and be like, yo, let me, you know, it might be the situation where your dad, I'm trying to think of the right situation. Because, alright, I got one for you. You know, I'm out at the club with the Emperor. You know, we're not there, we're not trying hookup game, we're not doing anything of the sort. We're there just for the fun of it. Because he works a lot, I have a very busy schedule to manage, and, you know, it's the one night of the week we go out and just... And me and the Emperor, you know, we're talking and he's showing me his phone of a woman he's interested in. And, you know, I'm looking at the messages and, you know, he's telling me he really likes this woman. I'm like, okay, man, okay, I dig it, you jigger. But, you know, I'm looking at the messages. I'm looking to see if there's any interest, and there's like half mild interest I could arguably see. And, you know, I'm looking at these text messages and I notice that they're fairly dry. And, you know, I look at him and say, you know, are you sure she's interested in you, man? You know, I wasn't trying to rip on him. I wasn't trying to be a jerk. I was just like, you sure she's interested? Because it was like, because I was looking at him, I was like, you know, man, this doesn't seem very, she doesn't seem very interested in you. And, you know, I sat there and was like, man, are you sure about this? And, you know, sure enough, about a month or so later, you know, he told me that she'd gone off somewhere else. And, you know, sure enough, you know, she moved and he didn't. And, you know, he stopped hearing from her. And, you know, he moved on, but, you know, he really liked this woman. And, you know, he's, you know, I'm not going to get into how the Emperor feels personally about certain things. I'm not going to betray his trust like that. But, you know, my thing is that, you know, men are not taught these reading skills. They're basically made to develop them in the wild. Now, do I think that that is wrong? No, I don't think it's wrong that men are made to develop these skills. No, I don't think it's wrong. But what I do think is wrong, to be bluntly honest with everybody here, is that you have guys who genuinely want relationships.
You know I got to do robotics to help kids, and in a way these drones are my children. But that doesn't make you a child killer. Let's be super clear about that. Okay, firewall's down. Now just wait for the virus to upload. Protect my innocent robotic child. Code C stuff. Destroy the red notes to keep things moving.
And, you know, sadly, that's a skill that for a lot of guys nowadays, you have to develop. Now, I'm not saying you don't have... Now, I'm saying... Now, on general principle, I think as a man, you should develop, you know, the skills to actually read people. Not just for relationships, but in principle for your safety and to gauge how some people will treat you. Because there's been more... Because as someone who's a natural introvert, you know, I sit there and observe, and I've noticed more times than I care to count how many people who really give me the vibe of they could care less about anything I say or do. But they have to pretend to care because they're my superior, they're my, you know, it's part of their job to care. And, you know, it always bugs me when there are these extroverted people who are like, oh yeah, this person's my friend, and we get along great. And I just kind of sit there and be like, are you sure about that?
sleep mode. Coming up.
The cards are compiled. Now I'll just upload some happy memories. I'm reminded that I'm their parent and I love them. My child, restored to sweet innocence.
So, now I know there might be some people who disagree with me on this principle, but, you know, let me give you a real life example that my father told me. My father was a cab driver for well over 20 years. And one day one night he's driving in his cab. He gets told to go here. He picks up his passenger. He starts driving. Guy starts talking to him. He starts replying back. He's not really noticing anything. Then the guy starts asking him a couple of questions. And, he's not at first, it's not really catching his attention. And then the guy starts asking him questions about cab drivers and, what the crime and what happens to cab drivers when people attempt to rob them. And, all of a sudden, my dad's radar goes, bing, 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 bing. This guy's thinking about robbing you. What are you going to do about it? And, my father, he's just like, well, I can sit here and just play his game and, eventually let this man rob me. Or I can, or I can try and deter him. So ultimately, my father sat there and told him that the cabbies were around where my home state is, because yes, this happened in the United States. They were ornery, they fight back, and they're always armed. Now, all of a sudden, the robber in the back seat all of a sudden goes, oh no, this is a problem. Because if this guy really wants to fight back, I have a really big problem. Because it's really hard to rob somebody who either A, is armed with a firearm. Ooh, better grenade. And, so ultimately the guy decides not to try and attempt to rob my father. And so my dad drops this guy off, and right next to this guy's stop, ironically, there's a police car sitting right there. And, the funniest thing to my father that night is that the guy who was thinking about robbing him was his best paying customer of the night. So, this is the thing that, most guys aren't taught about, is reading the situation. While it's said that women intuitively can read some situations, I think women can innately tune into the emotion of a situation. Sure, I can buy that.
Does it glow? Let it go.
Would you like a
Ooh,
glass of water?
you dropped a legendary. Ooh, I will take that. That's a much better. That's mildly better than what I've got. Plus, it comes with overshield and a health boost. I'll take that. So, you know, so yes, women can naturally tune into the emotion of what's going on around them. Sure, I'll grant them that. But does that mean they're always wrong when there's a really good manipulator in the room? No, they can fall right into the trap. I mean, that's part of the reason why you hear elderly women are, well, actually, I know that the elderly people are more frequently victims of scam artists than younger people. But if you can make somebody feel something, they're easier to manipulate through emotion. And women are much more susceptible to that than men are. But, you know, but again, this is a learned skill. And it takes time to learn this skill. And you have to be put in the right situation to learn said skill. So, you know, so, you know, that's just something that, and you know, this is something that men have to learn. And you know, to my knowledge, most women do not learn this until they've been burned a bunch of times. Because if a guy can make a woman feel a lot, you know, I mean, there's a reason why some of the best salesmen make you feel emotion. So, you know, because, you know, some of the best salesmen, they make you feel safe. So, you know, I'm not trying to go out on a loop here, folks. I'm trying to tie all this in so everybody understands what I'm talking about here. And yes, there are women who do eventually learn, but it's normally after they've been burned so much and everything that, you know, it's really hard for them to even trust somebody after this kind of situation. So mean, I can't harp on this enough. I mean, even Rachel Wilson talks about this in an interview on a show where there have been men who can chat, who can talk to her, and it's taken her husband talking to her, who's been there, to be like, no, dude, no, dude, not happening. Get away from my wife.
Help me get back into my lab.
So, yeah. So let's continue with this video.
Getting into your lab.
Very much so.
Answer she gives you, yeah, yes, okay, sure, you know she's not interested. If she gives
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
gives you in-depth questions and answers with detail and information, then she's interested in you.
We gotta know you before we hang out with you. We can't just. It's hard for women. A lot of men are creeps, weirdos, want you just for one reason. Like, you gotta be protected for a woman.
But how are you going to get to know somebody if you don't communicate with them?
We can text. You said texting, right? You said.
Well, right, but aren't you going to get a better communication if you actually talk to them instead of text?
Maybe one date. Maybe one date.
If women are always talking about needing vibes in order to have a connection, why would any of them want to know somebody through a device?
That's a good question, because you know what, on social media you can like portray a certain vibe and it's actually not your energy at all.
If they want to get a vibration from someone, you need to be in their
The lift is jammed. Beth, I could use one of those tips you mentioned.
You'll need a way to remotely tap or smack the gears unstuck. Like a harpoon or a very, very long...
Oh, great. How much did people actually hear? How much did people actually hear? I want to know. Because if I've been talking... I didn't realize how long have I been muted for? I didn't even realize that. Great. I didn't even realize I was muted the whole time. Or was I? But, alright, let's go.
area. You need to feel them, you need to see them, you need to see how they react, their gestures. Like, I might say yeah, but in real life, I might say yeah with a big giant smile on my face, do something else, which makes me different from other people instead of saying yeah.
If women are always talking about needing vibes in order to have a connection, why would any of them want to get to know somebody through a device?
Because people are busy.
Are you too busy to find love, or do you make time for what's important?
Both.
Other than work, is being busy an acceptable excuse for blowing somebody off?
No.
Other than work, is being busy an acceptable excuse for blowing somebody off?
If you're not interested, then...
If your celebrity crush came to town and wanted...
Well, let's make something clear here, folks. If you're at work and you're doing a 9-to-5 desk job where it's literally, you know, you're sitting at a desk, you finished, you know, your work most of your work 2 hours ago, and you're sitting there you're sitting there pretending to do your job, and you're just like refreshing your email to pretend to be busy or something like that. Don't do that. That's just rude. Because that's the excuse. Because my ex, she works at this house. Well, she works with the people who have autism, and when she was having her affair, and I would text her at work and stuff, she wouldn't respond, and I'd eventually get frustrated. I'd call her, be like, I'm busy, and I've worked at that place before. Now, things have changed because there was actually a major incident that she told me about. And I'm not surprised, considering the work culture there, that it took something like that to happen. But
Oh, that? Just a bit of fun. By the by, I have made it to the gas storage room.
Now you'll need to activate 2 levers
But
to restore the
she would sit there and constantly tell me, I'm busy, I'm busy, I'm busy. In the meantime, she's sitting there on Snapchat with the guy she's cheating on me with. And I actually have the screenshots that she accidentally took with her phone to prove it. That she was on Snapchat with him instead of answering my text message, instead of answering my texts, basically. So yeah, it's not an excuse, folks, especially in a job situation where if you're working a 9 to 5 and you normally finish all your work 2 hours before 5 and you just can't leave. I get it. It sucks. Don't get me wrong. But there are some cases where things are an excuse, and there are times where it's not an excuse. And I'm pretty sure if my ex heard me say this, she'd say I'm guessing, and that's not true, and that's not what happened. And yes, I am rolling my eyes right now, folks. Because that is exactly what she was doing. And she can deny it all she wants. I know the truth. But now if you're working a physically demanding job where you're actually, you're actually using your hands, or you're driving a forklift, or you're driving a big rig truck, for an example here. That's times where you don't want a phone in your hand. Because if you make a mistake, that could very well mean your life and a lot of people around you.
Sorting station breach. Activating station defense.
How many order security systems are gonna get in our way? It's so much simpler when it's just a door, like in my lab.
I see to this. You set the security system in your lab with a legacy. You made no mention of all. It's time to come clean.
So, yeah. That's not an excuse unless you actually work a job where it's actually demanding. And if you work as a security guard in a guard shack, and as long as your, supervisor is cool, and you actually do your job as necessary, and you're doing your job when it's busy and when it's not, and you're doing all your checks, you're fine. But, yeah, that's absolutely 100% correct.
Just
that is a very bad, wrong way to deal with these kinds of things. And you know, if anyone disagrees with me, put it in the comments. We'll talk about it. I'll gladly talk to anybody about saying, okay, how am I wrong? I will restart the video here in just a minute. Let me finish dealing this combat in a minute.
Do you have a badass anywhere?
Some people wonder why I like this double barrel, huh?
See you. Wouldn't you cancel some shit?
Yeah. John Cena, Justin Bieber, I'm in Las Vegas, please.
If your celebrity crush came to town and wanted to see you, wouldn't you make time to see him?
Oh, most definitely.
So then isn't it true?
Celebrity, it's different.
Well, is it...
If you really like somebody...
Yeah. It's, well, there is a big difference between celebrity and other things here. Well, no, not celebrity. You know, the random dude who you don't even think is attractive, who wants to see where things go. You know, there is a difference here. But, you know, this is, again, you're conflating Joe Schmo who's, you know, not discernible when you walk past him down the street, compared to, you know, let's see, Christian Bale when he was younger, Matthew McConaughey when he was younger, Leonardo DiCaprio, Jason Statham, Vin Diesel. You know, you can't really make the comparison between Joe Schmo and any sort of, you know, any sort of A-list to B-list Hollywood actor here. Or any really prominent WWE figure who actually did work outside of the ring like John Cena did. I mean, Hulk Hogan's another one, but his time's come and gone, and sadly we lost Mr. America.
You're gonna make time to see them. Like, it's, if you don't, then you're gonna obviously like, oh yeah, we could do that another day.
So would you say that women make rules for the wrong guy and break rules for the right guy?
Yes.
Does persistence pay off, or does it become annoying?
I think 2 to 3 times nudging, and anything more.
That truly depends on the situation. Because you will hear from multiple different women that she wants, because you want women, because you'll hear from some women that they want you to chase them, while you'll hear from other women that they don't want you to chase them. And it's always, you know, it's not even a coin toss. It's always a roll of the dice. No pun intended here. where, you know, it's actually going to meet where you know, it's always a roll of the dice if she wants it like this or she likes things like that. It's always a roll of the dice. And, you know, the question is, are you rolling a d4, which is a 25% to roll, you know, a 4 and get 100%, or are you rolling a d100 and you're rolling one of 100 to actually roll 100 to actually get the woman who's like, oh, I'd like to be chased. I like it when a guy pursues me. I like it when a guy shows me what he's willing to do for me.
Security breach. Security breach. Deploying station defender.
Oh, I am so sorry about how many times you're getting shot at today.
Do not fear. I am glad my enemies recognize a threat when they see one.
So, yeah. Roll the dice. Let's see if the po-po get called, folks, shall we? Because there's nothing like sitting in the jail cell while a woman screams of harassment. And then once you go to court and you pull out text messages showing that she's been playing coy, she isn't telling you no. Because, as I said, I think I said this last live stream, text messages are as good as emails.
Push the button and get that gas flowing my way.
That all of a sudden things look way different, but you still are probably going to take a plea deal and probably are going to get some, and if the judge is nice, you're still going to get some plea in abeyance.
Or you're being annoying.
How should a man know if a woman is playing hard to get or if she's just not interested?
Alright, max level.
Playing hard to get, she'll still respond, but she won't make the bold first move.
Why do some people flake rather than let someone know they're not interested?
They either don't care enough to be honest, or maybe, yeah, that.
Because we're trying to be polite, and I don't know. It's weird, right? I just gave the wrong number.
But isn't it more polite to just tell someone you're not interested and waste their time and leave them?
Well, at least they can admit that it's more polite to just say no instead of just, you know, just giving the wrong phone number. Sheesh. But mind you, it's taking a guy asking, you know, these not leading probing questions It's literally him asking, you know, don't you think that it would be better if you just did this way? And then it's like, oh yeah, it would be better. But I just don't want to, I just never thought about it that way, or I've never wanted to do things that way. How selfish is that? I mean, it's morally bankrupt if you ask me. Because they wouldn't like it, because women wouldn't like it if guys were doing this in return. And, you know, to those who would counter argument, well, men ghost women all the time. Yeah, I'm aware. There's plenty of jerks out there. But the question is, does that but does one jerk justify doing that to every guy? No, it doesn't. So, yeah, nice try.
On?
Yeah.
Why do some people flake rather than let someone know they're not interested?
Fear of confrontation.
Is it possible to have confrontation without hostility?
Yes, yeah, 100%. You can have a...
Oh, there's another
argument with some...
What confrontation? What? Do you expect every guy to just start screaming and raging, spit flying? How dare you tell me no? Considering that, unless you're, you know, a small percentage of hyper-successful men, you know, most guys get rejected, like, what is it, 9 times out of 10 or so? Actually, considering my preference of the shotgun I use, the one that I actually am using is better. Alright.
If you're concerned about a loved one downtown City, keep them safe. Stay away from the damaged wall, or
I wish I had a better one of those, but... Oh, well. Sadly, that's about the only thing on me that's way underpowered. Even when you say no, sometimes they're hella push. Yeah, that's true. I'm not saying there aren't some guys out there who will do their absolute best to take no for an who not take no for an answer. But is that every guy? Again, no. And if the guy can't take a hint, you know, either he was coddled, you know, I can sit here and spitball. You know, he was coddled too much by mommy. Or maybe his dad was a jackass who just kept pushing him kept pushing him and pushing him. I can't really say for certain what every guy will say or do, to be perfectly honest with everybody. But, you know, the general consent, but, you know, the general thing is no means no. And if he's going to be pushy, you know, if you've got a brother, an uncle, or whoever nearby, it would be best to make that phone call.
Check it out for me.
But, yeah, I'm already max level, so let's head over to the Timekeeper's, tower, and after we deal with the Timekeeper, we'll move into the latest DLC. And I'll consider doing the other DLC. But we'll see how things go, because I have already decided on the next game, and it's a game that I played when I was a kid, and they recently released the remake for it, and I've been jonesing to do this game on stream for the past, I believe 2 years since I found out about it. So we'll see if I continue with Borderlands, which I might, considering the issues with the game. So I probably will. But let's deal with the Timekeeper, and then we will move on to the DLCs. But yeah, I mean, that's at the point where you call uncle, brother, whoever, and if they're not available, you know, go to, you know, I don't like at saying this, but, you know, this could be the point where you pull out your phone, start, you know, Facebook Live, and say that this guy's harassing me, and girls watch out. That normally will make a lot of guys back off, because that is a fear of a lot of men, that they'll be labeled creep, a stalker, you know, whatever you want to say, however you want to describe that, and that should get them to back off. And if the guy literally doesn't, he's not a creep, he's crazy, and you need to get the hell out of there, to be perfectly honest with everybody. Because you never know when somebody like that is going to turn dangerous. And I'm being upfront with everybody about that. That's exactly where my mind goes. And if you're a guy and you have the same thing with a woman, you know, you can't, you know, have a friend there to keep an eye on you, with you, so that way you always have a witness, or buy a body cam to keep on you at all times, so that way there's always footage in case she gets upset about rejection, and just have a camera recording. And I can hear a few people saying, wow, Ghost, you're paranoid. It's not paranoia. People don't do things when they realize they're being recorded. They don't. And it's like I said, if the person doesn't care they're being recorded, they might legitimately be crazy. And that's the point when you need to get the heck out of there. Because you might very well be in real danger. And that will be my advice to anybody. Man or woman, if you're dealing with that kind of situation. If they don't care they're being recorded, that is your time to run the heck away. And are there other situations where I advise you run away? Yeah, but that's the kind of situation where you're in immediate danger. I thought I hit the level cap. Why is my experience bar going up? Weird, but okay.
I'm feeling stronger now, and I think I know why I came here to Kairos.
What do you remember?
I remember so many endings, all different, never peaceful. They all run together, but there is one constant. I find myself in a shadow, and when I look up, I see a towering wave of death that crashes down no matter what choices you or I make. Whatever caused it has already happened, and we're running out of time to prepare. I know what that shadow is, Vault Hunter. War is coming, and I know if you don't open that vault, no one in the Sixth Galaxy survives.
Oh great, so they're making another game. They should have just left it at Borderlands 3. Alright, let's let this video continue.
Someone that's an educated argument where you give both your point of views without hostility or violence, yeah.
You in a relationship, you know, there's a healthy way to communicate. You know, you want to confront somebody, there's a way to talk to people. You know, you got to come with love, not with hate.
Is it possible to have confrontation without hostility?
Yes.
I've spoken to many women who say they avoid confrontation. Isn't confrontation part of communication?
It is.
Yes. Yes, confrontation is a part of communication.
So then wouldn't that mean that a lot of women just avoid communication because they're afraid of
Well, the thing you have to remember, what kind of confrontation are you talking about? And who are you confronting? Because I know I've brought this up on a previous live stream, but you know, I think it was 2004 or 5, I think, when the TV show Cheaters was really popular still. It's where it's where you would contact the show about your boyfriend, girlfriend, whoever cheating, and if you agreed to be on the show and stuff, you know, they'd do the investigation, they'd get the proof, and, you know, they would get the proof of your girlfriend, boyfriend, you know, husband or wife cheating on you. And there was one episode where this woman's husband, oh, my leg's falling asleep, it was either a date or his girlfriend out on their private boat. And instead of waiting for them to get back, they went out there on I think it was a rental boat that and the guy who was the host of the show, he ended up getting shanked by the guy. And, you know, the guy was, the guy did get arrested and prosecuted for it. And, you know, it was, you know, the thing we have to remember here is, who are you confronting and why? You know, are you confronting the dude who ghosted you? Supposedly? You mean, you know, because you're only getting one side of the, well, the crowd's normally only getting one side of the story. So, I mean, you know, you gotta be mindful of who you're doing this to. And what the actual situation is. Because if you're in, if you're in the ghetto, wherever, whichever ghetto that is, and, you find out your girl's been going over to your other crew's biggest rival, yeah, that confrontation is not going to be pretty at all. So I do agree that some confrontations, there are reasons to be nervous, but again, it depends on the situation at hand. Now, I know that some people will sit here and say, well, the police say that any situation can go bad. Well, here's the thing. What if the police sit here and say the situation can go so bad? Well, if you actually go through and watch a lot of police body cams, I mean, in some situations, the police do the right thing. And there are other situations where the police do not do the right thing. And this person does not have the money to deal with the situation, and they also can't hire a lawyer to sit there and say, you know, what the police did is illegal, and, you know, here's the Supreme Court case that justifies this argument. Or I mean, how many people can afford the lawyer's advice to, if you get pulled up on a traffic stop, just hand them your ID, your insurance, and the vehicle registration, and if they start asking you questions, all you say is, I invoke my 5th Amendment right to remain silent, and I invoke my 6th Amendment right to have an attorney present for any and all questioning with any form of government agency. And if the police officer keeps giving you questions, am I free to go? 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 That's all you say. You give them nothing to arrest you for.
I know what you're doing. I know you're fighting to end this, to break Kairos free.
I mean, I know I'm not a lawyer, but this is what I hear the civil rights lawyers on YouTube talk about.
Confrontation?
I think some women are afraid of confrontation. I'll admit that. Like, they do avoid communication, but I feel like it's also, you have to come at it at the right way.
You need to be ready to confirm something, because if you're not ready and you're going to confirm that shit, you're not going to be able to eat for a couple days. You're going to be sick.
To some people, confrontation is an argument, and to some people, confrontation is conflicting opinions and they're talking about it. So it's person-to-person basis.
Was there anything in your life you had to confront that you didn't want to, and if so, what was it?
I had to confront the fact that sometimes you need to learn to view your ego and set it aside.
Like, I can disagree. I could be a Democrat, you could be a Republican. We can disagree on certain things, but we can still be friends if you guys are adults. You know what I mean? You guys are adults and you understand there's just different opinions, not something to take serious and personal.
Yeah, that's something that America has has nearly completely forgotten if you're on the left. This is what some believe.
No take-backs. Unless you really want this back. You said
That everyone's entitled to their own opinions just because they don't align with yours. And it's almost amazing how if you go through the dating profiles, how you hear about people that if you support MAGA, like MAGA, you do not even consider swiping on my profile. And it's like, okay, well, on to the next. No skin off my nose. That's literally how some people treat this stuff.
Who is better at communication, men or women?
Women.
Oh, hell no!
Women are better at communication.
Women, yeah, for sure. Men don't give too much details, and women like to go into very much detail. So I feel like women get better detailed.
If men are worse at communication...
I will refer back to the Psych Hacks video here. Women are great with emotion. Men are great at giving the information. And there are some guys who learned how to... RJ.
You can still help me take down the Timekeeper. We can free the planet together, just like you wanted.
talk to me about saving your friends. At least they'll get to die without feeling your hands around their throats.
Well, you're kind of making that choice for me. But again, women vibrate with emotion. Men tend to resonate with their own emotion, with their information, experience, however you want to describe that. And yes, they're even their own emotion. So, saying that women are better communicators, sure, women are better than men at getting their emotions across, sure, yes. But does that also mean that they're able to read? Oh no. Of course. But are women better able to read a situation? Some, yes, others, no. And you know, I've already given anecdotal evidence that that is not a skill that is innate. I mean, for some people it can be innate, yes. It's something that has to be learned. And because it has to be learned, it takes time. And if you've got your head up your butt, you're never going to learn the difference between someone being a real friend and the person holding a knife behind your back, waiting to get you with it. So, who's better at communication? The person who actually spent their time learning how to communicate. The person who actually spent the time observing, learning, listening. That's the person who understands how to communicate. Not the man or the woman. It's the person who's learned how to do it.
Why do so many women expect men to read their body language rather than just be direct?
Women expect a lot of things from men that men aren't capable of doing.
I mean, if your girl is like, say she's in a bad mood and like how...
You should be able to tell.
Right, you should be able to tell that she's in a bad mood. You shouldn't be all like trying to fuck with her and shit.
We don't know how to communicate sometimes, you know. We say, yeah, I'm fine, but that means like, you know.
So then how are women better at communication?
Because men don't communicate, so.
Women, for sure.
If men are worse at communication, why do so...
Again, you are not better at communication if you can't even look at your boyfriend, girlfriend, spouse, wife, husband, whichever verbiage you choose to use, and you can't even tell that that something's bugging them. I mean, even my ex knows when even my ex to these day, still knows when I'm playing coy or I'm playing dumb. She knows the difference. And, you know, that's not from her just being a woman who's a better communicator. That's with us having such a long-term relationship. And that's just like me being able to tell her, hey, you're mad at somebody else. Stop taking it out on me. It's the same concept. No one's better, no one's worse. This attitude of women are better needs to change, because it's doing more harm than it's doing good. Because again, according to Psych Hacks, who is a doctor, who does have his doctorate, yes, I will reiterate this point one more time. Yes, women can have a better... Women do better reading, well, not reading, vibing with the emotion of what's going on around them. Yes. But does that mean they could tell the difference between the person who's faking the emotion, the person who's putting on the act? Yeah, I've heard plenty of women say female intuition is never wrong. Uh-huh. How many women have claimed they've dated a narcissist again? What is that figure that they claimed again? That all their exes were narcissists? When people who legitimately have narcissistic personality disorder literally make up less than, I think, 3% of the total population in the United States, and make up about less than 6% of the world population. Somehow those numbers do not make sense to me.
So many women expect men to read their body language rather than just be direct.
Oh my God. I don't know.
Are men expected to be mind readers?
Yes.
Is there a difference between what women say that they want in a relationship and what they actually respond to?
Absolutely.
If so, how are women better at communication?
We're not.
But you just said that they were.
I lied. Clearly, I'm not communicating well. Duh.
Some women don't know what they actually want, and they have an opinion based off of the broad general media. And so that's what they think they want, but then when it's given to them, they don't receive it because it's not what their heart actually wants.
Is there a difference between what women say that they want in a relationship and what they actually respond to?
Yeah, we have so many emotions.
So then how are women better at communication?
Because we're here. We have that third fucking eye that you don't have. So you're supposed to be able to read our whole intuition, everything, our body movement, everything. If you can't...
Okay, if you're going to make reference to the third eye, which, if memory serves, that is a reference to mysticism. Well, let me think for a minute. Let's see. Let's think. Because in Buddhism, there is reference to the spiritual eye. I know that in Hinduism, there is reference to It's not a god with 3 eyes. What is it? I'm trying to think. But when you reference the third eye, it's referencing it's a spiritual reference. In 90% of the cases. And using a spiritual reference that you are not in, as a form of saying if your third eye is open, which in the religions where it's talked about, that's actually considered a form of enlightenment. If your third eye is open. So, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about here. But, yeah, I've got my third eye is wide open, and you know what it tells me, honey? That, you have way too many daddy issues. And that your mom should have smacked you harder. That's what my third eye is telling me. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, I know that joke was... I know the joke didn't go well. But, you know, this is... You know, that's the point here. Is that... You know, when you make reference to a spiritual thing, and you have... And, you know, I don't know... if this woman has any context where that actually comes from. But, you know, this situation where she's talking about the third eye, you know, using that in the context of communicating between men and women is, you know, in my opinion, is highly inappropriate.
Connect with me like here, right here.
So if there was one thing that you wish men understood better about women, what would that be?
Communication.
And if there was one thing you wish women understood better about men, what would that be?
Communication.
If communication is so important, why do so many people prefer texting over talking, socializing in places where it's too loud to have a conversation, don't engage with their environment, and don't give their undivided attention?
Because people are afraid, I think, to be judged. So if there's a lot of things going around them, the person's not fully concentrated on them and what they're saying, but, you know, kind of listening to the music in the background, listening to other conversations. So I feel like texting and social media like that, like the media and internet kind of got rid of what it is to be kind of human and just, you know, walk into your friend's house and seeing if they're home. Instead, now you could just text them, hey, are you home? And they don't reply.
Huh, yeah, dehumanization, novel concept. That when you choose to remove the human element from life, all of a sudden you stop treating people like humans. Huh. Novel concept. Again, this is why, as I say in a lot of my videos, the solution to a lot of problems is to get off the dang devices. And yes, even I'm guilty of not getting off my devices when I should. But even then, I actually still do attempt to make the effort to get off. So, yeah. Let's go rediscover what it means to be human, folks, shall we? Instead of being that invisible, well, not invisible face behind the screen. Instead of hiding behind the screen so that way we don't connect. Because otherwise, all you're doing is hiding.
They're not home. It's harder now, like, especially now that we have so much information available to us. Everyone became lazier because they could just pull their phone out at home and do whatever they need to instead of going out and doing the research for themselves. Like,
would you prefer somebody text LOL or actually hear?
That's a yes and a no. Because it's a yes because now you don't have to go to the library to, you know, pull open the encyclopedia and look.
The command bolts will open the way.
Yes, sure. Well, no, yes, that's a yes. But on the flip side of that, that also means you're conserving time and resources you would normally have to spend going to other places. It's a trade-off.
A door as big as the Timekeeper's ego.
And the question is are you willing to keep that trade-off, or are you willing to put yourself forward?
Hear their laughter.
Hear their laughter. I don't even use LOL, yeah.
Because people don't like addressing the situation up front. They rather be behind the screen. They really just rather be behind the screen than talking up front, because you can text something and then if it sounds bad, you can delete it and take it back. You can't take shit back when you say it in person. That shit's sticking with you forever.
Social media really changed the world. Some people come from a small neighborhood. They don't really have people around them. They don't have friends. So they don't know how to communicate verbally with words and sounds. So they have to communicate the words through text because it's easier. They can really say what they want to say with no, I guess they feel like there's no comeback from that. Like, you really can't do nothing. They just use a text. Because it's a text, you form away. But if you talk to somebody personally, there's a lot of different things, facial reactions. You really got to put up with what you say. You got to mean what you say what you mean.
When having a first kiss, what is more special to you? If it happens...
Another ad.
Spontaneously in the heat of the moment, or if the guy asks permission?
Spontaneous.
Spontaneous.
I would say the heat of the moment.
Okay. What does that say about consent?
I think that there are signals that makes you be like, okay, she's okay with having a first kiss. Like, you don't have to ask because...
You know, this is where everything is just a giant contradiction. Now, I can hear a few people thinking, what do you mean, Ghost? Well, no, I can hear the guy saying, yeah, that's not a surprise. And the women are like, oh, you have to feel it out.
That is my use forever.
And, you know, this is another reason why guys are not trying anything.
My order is eternal. You are a moment that shall soon pass.
Let's enjoy it.
So, yeah. How can you tell the difference? Well, it's getting... Well, you ask any guy, they'll sit there and tell you it's getting harder and harder to tell the difference. And, you know, you'll hear some guys say, just take the chance. And sometimes that's what you gotta do, well, not sadly. It's what you gotta do just to try.
This is positively invigorating.
So, yeah, how do you know? Sometimes you just have... Sometimes you just have to take the leap of faith. And there's no way around that. But if you're a guy and you're gonna do it, you have to be absolutely sure that she's going to be receptive to it. Otherwise, you could get hit. Otherwise, she might smack you. Or worse. Woo, 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 woo!
Enjoy this moment. I certainly am.
So, roll the dice, guys. Roll the dice.
Your demise, inevitable. Witness eternal discipline.
I can barely track him!
Your death. Enough!
As it gets very uncomfortable, I think.
I think that you know in the moment it's not about consent. It's because it's the feeling of the situation, and yeah.
I think it's more special when it's spontaneous and happens in the moment.
What does that say about consent?
I know it's a tricky. I know it isn't my case. I know it's tricky, but I mean, if he approaches, you can stop him and say no.
Are men expected to be mind readers?
No, but I think you can read body language very good.
I'd prefer no consent because then I just get.
Okay, let's make something very clear here. Sorry about my mic being muted. I thought I unmuted it. But let's make something very clear here. Reading body language is another skill. Just the same as learning to read intention through words and emotion through words is a skill that has to be learned. And if you haven't been properly, well, not properly, if you've never had the chance to socialize adequately, how can you read body language? And that's actually a really big problem that nobody wants to talk about. Because how many families nowadays are intact and whole in the United States? Not many. Not a lot. And who generally teaches boys things? Their fathers. Who generally teaches things to their daughters? Mom. So if you remove the parent who normally teaches this kind of thing from the household, how do you expect anybody to learn anything?
A beautiful display of violence.
Because anyone here who's a single parent through either divorce or, you know, he was your boyfriend, fiance, and the relationship just fell apart, you know, take your pick on how that happened. You know, take your pick. You know, and you know, let's say the mom is vindictive, petty, however you want to say that, keeps the kids away from dad, because there's more than one case of that. Mom's busy at work, you know, drops the kids off at daycare. Well, are daycare workers going to teach your kids how to be human beings? No, not really. That's not their job. You know, who is going to be the one who normally teaches these things? Mom and dad. And when you remove one or both parents from the situation, sadly, the other one has to fill in those shoes. And not everybody can do that. Because it's not an easy job. So, yeah. How do you expect anybody to learn when the person who normally teaches them is not there?
Shy, I don't know. I'd rather them just do it. But consent means respect.
Have you ever wanted a guy to make a move but he wasn't getting your signals?
Yes.
So what makes you think the opposite isn't true? If you want a guy to make a move but he isn't getting your signals, why would a guy get your signals if you don't want him to make a move?
Why would a guy give me signals if you don't want to move? I don't know. I don't know what to answer.
I guess he wasn't feeling self-conscious or confident about himself.
Because sometimes guys are not.
It was supposed to last forever. But Vault Hunters, they have a way of screwing up your plans.
No.
More than a warrior. More than a treasure
No,
seeker.
no, 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 no.
Is a force of nature. They live on the borderlands between order and
You cannot sit here and expect people who have not been socialized properly
Kairos would never be a prison.
to be able to read body language. It's a skill. It takes time to learn. You can't just learn it at the drop of a hat. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've heard, I just looked him in the eye, I gave him that hot little look from the side, said, "Come talk to me, big boy." And he completely ignored me. And I was at the bar, I was drinking, I was sad. And he came over, and he was right next to me. I was so nervous. And all he did was come for the beer that he left at the bar. I was so upset. Look, I'm not gonna sit here and make fun of people, but you've got... Well, no, not you. We've got to understand that socialization has gone down. And social skills are on the decline. And it's going down on both sides for men and women. And I'm not even... And this is not me taking shots. This is me saying, this is a problem. And this is a guy who used to be... This is coming from the guy who was so incredibly awkward. Yet, I'm working on improving and fixing myself. What are these normal people's excuse? They don't have one, in my opinion.
Not all the way there physically or mentally.
I say that a man can approach
Go for
and you
it,
can.
and if you just read them, try to go for the kiss.
So men are wait.
And then if they like,
my question is,
That's not my
my question
husband.
is, why would women expect men to read their body language if they also think that men are not good at picking up on body language?
No. You didn't say body language. You said communication. Communication is verbal.
Is body language not part of communication?
Yeah, but nobody is talking to you.
But that's not.
Nobody is talking to you.
Because body language is communication.
Communication is verbal.
Okay.
You want to have good communication? We can sit and have a conversation.
Okay, so let's talk about verbal communication. Yeah. Does no always mean no?
No always means no.
Does yes always mean yes?
Yes always means yes.
It always does?
Always. If I'm saying yes, I am giving verbal consent, yes. Okay. No means no, always. Okay.
But a woman can't change her mind.
If I say no and then I say, you know what? I changed my mind. Yeah, I'm down for yes. Then that's a yes. Okay. But yes always means yes, and no always means no.
Okay. But then hold on. But wait, hold on. What happens? Hold on. What happens if a woman says yes but she's drunk?
Listen.
When we're drunk, we are different people.
But
it's still yes. But it's still yes.
It doesn't change.
No,
but it's still yes.
I agree. No, even if you're
Okay, I don't know why me hitting the spacebar shuts off my mic. But let's make this very clear. Alcohol doesn't change who you are. It just loosens your inhibitions. It loosens your restraint. So, if you want to be technical, that means that you're not releasing your restraint. No, you are releasing your restraint. You're not becoming another person. You're showing who you really are. Let's get that straight.
You're drunk. No, no is a no.
Well, right, but if you're drunk, is yes? Can yes still mean yes? Can you?
Yes.
Okay. So then, if that's the case,
I'm drunk right now.
where is the line between a clumsy pass and a sexual offense?
I think a lot of it has with the reaction, but I'm a big person. I just feel the vibe. If you don't feel the vibe, and if you don't understand social cues, then maybe you should just wait and ask for consent.
Because men can be very, very fucking weird when they get rejected. Sometimes you cannot reject a man without them literally harassing you.
At what point does pursuit become harassment?
Again, everybody takes rejection differently. I mean, I've heard so many different stories of women who sit there and say, "Oh, this guy must be gay because he rejected me." Or he passed up on something really good. Or what else have I heard? I have heard so many different things. Or my favorite. How dare he? Does he know what he just passed on? Yeah. He's thinking he passed on something really dangerous. So, yeah, there are plenty of guys who get rejected and they don't handle it well. Plenty. But there are more women who are not used to rejection. And you know what? They handle it even worse. So, yeah, rejection is not fun by any standards. So, who handles rejection better? It depends on the person, to be perfectly honest. Because there are some guys who are like, oh, okay, and they just walk away. So, yeah. I think there's some, what is the best way to say this? Oh, yeah. People need to have some conversations with themselves with a certain measure of honesty.
When she's already made it verbally known that she doesn't want you around her, she's texted you, she doesn't want you to do this, or she's not interested. And if you continue to do that, then it's harassment because she doesn't want it.
Does no always mean no?
Yes, no always means no.
Does yes always mean yes? Does no always mean no?
No.
Does yes always mean yes?
No.
So how can no always mean no if yes doesn't always mean yes?
Because no means fucking no.
Doesn't yes mean fucking yes?
Sometimes.
So then does sometimes maybe no maybe mean no and sometimes...
Alrighty. Yeah, this is just plain confusion. Yeah, sometimes maybe no means yes and yes means no. Does that make sense to anybody here? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to shut that off for a minute. Don't worry, don't worry, I can still see your comments and stuff.
Sometimes no maybe means
yes means not yes when I want it to mean yes.
Who's better at communication, men or women?
Oh, with women for sure.
No's more stern. Yes is like you can go either way, but no is like done. Yes comes as a nicety, and no means no. That's it.
I was in the military and I've seen a lot of this, where women say yes to begin, and then when they're in captain's mast in trouble because the next morning they regretted it. So that's why men have to be careful and cautious on what they do. And alcohol makes everything worse, so don't even attempt to do it when there's alcohol involved.
Well, how can no always mean no if yes doesn't always mean yes?
Because that's the complication of women, sadly. No one can
Ah, yes. Oh, yes. Can't tell me how many times I've heard that one before. Oh, wow. That going to captain's mass. Yeah. Reminds me of here when someone's gonna go get NJP'd. Sounds about right. Oh, I didn't mean it this way. I didn't mean it that way. Yeah, heard that one before.
understand it, but That's the world we live in, sadly. It's not fair.
That's me, the unchosen one. Could have been a vault
Alright,
hunter.
that's it for the It's Complicated.
Too late for that now.
So we'll move on to this one. And I'm not gonna do any commentary for this one.
Maybe Lilith can help.
I don't want to talk to Lilith.
So I'm just gonna let this one play.
I want to be
I'll let
free.
you guys watch this one, and you know, let you guys tell me what you think of this one. Well, I mean, I'll do some commentary if it's really egregious. Let's make that very.
Vault Hunter, we're going to find you. He's trapped you in the phase, but I can get to you. Stay alive.
Here's what you want.
Oh wait, what? Oh, shoot! I forgot it was muted.
Much of the
Let's restart this
Hello,
show.
my loves. Today we're diving into some classic relationship psychology with the book Men Are From Mars and Women Are From Venus by John Gray, PhD. This book is a cosmic roadmap to understanding how men and women communicate and relate differently. Make no mistake, as much as men and women are similar in some ways, it's the ways in which we're different that trip us up and cause misunderstandings.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Did she just bring up that feminist book on my stream? Hold on.
And frustrations relate differently.
Ajay, you got your wish. Kairos is free. I am sorry you had to pay such a price.
I have to Google check this.
Found you.
Vault Hunter. Grabbed you just in time.
Where are we?
The Timekeeper's vault. RJ ambushed you on your way through the arch, but I found you in the phase.
I tried to save him. He saved me once.
I know. But what was done to him couldn't be undone. You can't always save your friends. Trust me. As for the vault, it looks like this is the motherlode. Look around for loot and let me know when you want to go inside.
Yeah, no. I'm not allowing this book on my channel when I already know that this book does not help relationship and it does not help with communication. That video is getting nexted.
This is a pattern that I saw across the couple of episodes that or couple of clips that I watched.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You do tend to make at times
Sure.
broad statements about women broadly, like women think that men are bad communicators. Is that actually true? Like that's another example from today.
I think so.
Yes.
I think if you were to ask most women, do you think men struggle with communication?
More than women. Relative. It's a relative
Heterosexual
thing.
women are, well, I guess there's more bisexual women than there are bisexual men. But heterosexual women are not dating women. So what do the women have to compare it to? But in any case, yeah, I think women, perhaps a majority of women would say that men are lacking in some communication skill. They're lacking in emotional intelligence, which is like a retarded buzzword, but whatever. I think, yes, I think a lot of women would say this.
I think humans struggle with communication.
That might be fair to say, but I think women specifically say and think, yes, that men do struggle when it comes to communication.
So the point that I made was
Here, let me ask the panel. Okay. Raise of hands. Again, I'm sure you'd agree.
Humans struggle with communication when they are not properly socialized. And that's a modern problem nowadays. Now, it could be argued that in the past, it was also a problem. But it's worse nowadays.
What are you expecting to find?
I have no idea. I saw so many futures, but the moment I entered the vault, it was just blackness.
With everything that happened and that came around, it is worse nowadays.
There is no what here, only a when.
Agree that there are some men who are great communicators. However, you might think that a lot of men, perhaps maybe a majority of men, 51% or more, a lot of men, majority of men, are not fantastic communicators. Show of hands.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. First, go to Riverside and open an account. When you're...
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if they can look this up, but I think there is studies that proves that women do have a higher emotional intelligence on average than men.
I don't even know. I reject the emotional intelligence. Are we not switching camera angles, or are we okay? I mean,
you don't think emotional intelligence is a thing, or what do you mean you reject it? So emotional intelligence is just basically understanding your emotions.
This is a spark. You cannot stop what's coming, but with it, you might
Okay.
Not to be ungrateful, but what does that even mean?
Okay. There's a very big difference between having emotions, understanding emotions,
Well, there still is.
and then there's also being able to control your emotions.
You. It started with fire. Now it ends with fire. I'll keep the lights on as long as I can.
And you can't.
What we came for.
Is the task complete?
There are threats all across Kairos, and we're gonna need to gear up to take them on.
Oh, there we go.
Sanctuary's a wreck, so we'll use Moxies as a base camp. Just don't tell Claptrap.
Just sit here and say having emotions. And being able to, resonate with emotions does not make you emotionally intelligent.
Hey, Killer. Just because the Timekeeper is dead doesn't mean the Crimson Resistance's work is over. If anything, it's just begun.
Zane's Frameware. But I digress. You know, when I first heard of EQ testing, it actually demonstrated if you had self-control and stuff, you know, it actually demonstrated you were better off.
What? I mean, you know.
You were better off down the road because you had better impulse control of what you were doing. Instead of, you know, going off half-cocked and flying into a room in a rage, you know, let's say. So, again, according to the psychax, you know, he's the one with the PhD, women resonate better with emotions. Fair enough. Fine. But that doesn't Ooh, very hard. Me liking the sound of that. But that doesn't mean that you're better. It just means that you what? It just means what? I'm trying to think of the best way to phrase this. What is the best way to phrase this? Because the best way to phrase this that I can think of, to be perfectly honest with everybody, is that
Thanks for stopping by.
and we'll start this DLC right now. Oh, there's Moxie. Sweet. Clapjap talking out about Moxie's gazungas.
Where are you?
Spilled her red wine. Package. Sadly, what a waste of good wine.
From one host to another. I write to you
with an invitation.
Mancubus.
This planet is a shoreline on a dark ocean. When things fall through the cracks, they wash up here. Your daughter, the young Mistress Ellie, is not lost. Quite the converse. She believes she has found something. Damnation encroaches upon her. I am but a humble host, and she requires more potent assistance. The dread winds howl. The cracks grow wider. We are expecting you.
All right. But again, you're not sitting here talking about, you know, emotional control. You know, the best way to say this is that they're talking about emotional instability like it's...
My daughter, Ellie. She was with us when we went down over Kairos, but I haven't been able to find where she landed.
I sense a familiar strangeness about the way I have arrived.
I know as much as you do. Whoever sent me that statue said they wanted
like it's a good thing, and it's not true. Emotional instability is one of the worst things for you. And women who sit there and say, oh, this is fine, no, it's not. It's actually dangerous. I mean, go watch Cops and just watch women who are on drugs and how crazy they act and what happens to them. Or I mean, if it's not that, then look at the people who pull the whole sovereign citizen routine. Judges and cops do not treat those people well. So, you know, emotional instability, no regulation. You know, there are those who do not treat kindly to that. And women, and this woman saying that women are more emotionally, you know, they're more, what is it, the EQ, or whatever they were referring, the emotional quotient. You know, they're talking about being more emotionally there, sure, but do you have any control over your emotions, or are you just a wild, raging emotional cannon?
Make out anything in this stuff. Hello,
Lunatic.
friends. I am you are murderers.
So, I just forewarn people that if you sit here and talk about how emotionally this you are, emotionally that you are, you know, my first thought is, you're not crazy, you're just unstable, and you're you're a psychotherapist's wet dream for constant money. But let's let this video continue.
Emotions. That's like all it is like understanding and being able to process your emotions. And so like
I've heard varying definitions. I'm not gonna get bogged down in the emotional intelligence thing, but yeah, I mean, I've definitely heard women say that There's issues with communication when it comes to men, women. It's a frustration of women. I don't think it's a disservice to. I mean, truth be told, that's not really a. That's again something I stated tonight, though. You wrote this like a couple weeks ago.
Based on a couple of episodes that I've watched many more since then, and I don't remember other examples, but I.
Okay, I mean, this is a very strong claim, though. Disservice to humanity.
Yes.
Okay, so do you think whenever you make a generalized statement about a group of people, do you think that in and of itself is a disservice to humanity?
I think this pattern of misrepresenting women on average.
I'm not misrepresenting, though. What? You're just reasserting the claim. What is your evidence for the claim?
It was my opinion. So evidence is like data, which I don't have.
Okay, so here, I'll just use Hitchens' razor. That which is asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. I'm not interested in your opinion. If you're going to make a claim, you need to have evidence for the claim. You need to point at something that is the misinformation, that is the disservice to humanity. So if it's just your opinion, if it's just vibes and feels, I feel like you're a misogynist, Brian. I feel like you dislike women, Brian. I feel like you stereotype women, Brian. Point me to the evidence and I can contend with it.
I don't think her statement is fair to you based on a few videos. Like, you got to give him more credit because each woman is giving that answer. They represent themselves, you know? Does he say smart comments back? Yeah. But it's funny. I'm laughing here, just listening to him.
I think we're looking at the wrong.
Okay, I've already addressed this in another video. But I feel is not a statement for anything of the sort. Pickle.
Appreciate the save, Gov. Name's Pickle. Davis Pickle. At your service.
And you know, look, I get it. There are times when you can say, I feel this way. Yes, that's reasonable.
I am looking for.
But using I feel to justify an argument or a position
It's none too safe to be out here.
is never going to work out, period. Because you have nothing to back it up. Because, at least with empirical and anecdotal evidence, you can sit here and say, the empirical data says this, and you know, you can say that the data says this, and the lived experience of this many people contradicts the data, or presents the pattern that the data does not account for.
Can't touch you though. Real secret like. You gotta know and knock. That'll get you your shave and a haircut if you catch me drift.
Stretch. So
Strange not knowing who your daddy is. You go your whole life feeling like half of you don't
shave and a haircut.
and the other half, well, Moxie don't make much sense to me either, and I know her. But looking in the mirror, it's like, damn, I'm hot.
Bad luck that. Doesn't look like our girl though.
So, yeah. Her argument about Brian is invalid on the same premise that he feels the opposite, so it's invalid.
So between the Legion, the Scavs, and a menagerie of other monsters, you gotta keep on your toes out here, Vault Hunter. Oh, and make sure you still have your toes. The ice, she is a hungry one.
This is a problem here. It's sad.
I don't think she's saying that, like, the disservice thing is one thing, but because you're a male host, you predominantly are putting your views on how a man's perspective is against how he's treated by women. And if it was a woman host and we were looking about how she feels in her perspective about how men are, like how a man treats a woman or like his emotional intelligence versus that, it might make men look worse in the general population. But because you're a male host and your experiences with women, it's the judgment on how women are, if that makes sense.
I mean, no, not really.
Again, you can't say I feel. Well, no. You can say I feel. Let's put this right. Well, you can say I feel in the right in the context of I feel this way, but you can't say because you're a man and you don't understand how women feel. Okay, again, by the same rationale, women do not understand what men feel. So therefore, Crazy Earl. Oh, this guy.
Hello, my friend.
So therefore, any
don't know nothing. Shut off! No, I said Ellie.
So therefore, women can't.
Ah, so you met Earl. He's a bit loony, even by my standards.
So, therefore, women cannot understand how men feel. And it's the same thing.
Like,
I just reject
The
that.
women are representing themselves again.
Wait,
Like,
would that,
that's not
he's
the-
just asking them questions.
isn't there actually more a compelling argument here? Since, like, it's not, I don't bring on 10 men and be like, okay, talk shit about women for 8 hours. I'm like, bring on women, open microphone, you can state whatever you view. Like, I don't understand how that would be, I don't know, that doesn't make sense to me.
It's just because it's more through a male's lens and you're guiding
Y'all are
the show.
women. This
But
is
you guide the
your
show.
lens.
And I think that's the point, is you guide it in the direction that you want it to go, is her point, I believe.
Well,
I could be
it
incorrect.
takes two to tango to engage in conversation, but I certainly have my outlook and my perspective. However, just because I'm a man, that doesn't. I like to think on a higher level where it's not just some like male solidarity thing. I think we can examine facts about dating. We can examine the truth of dating. And it doesn't apply in all instances, some of these things. But again, I'm not saying all women want men to pay for first dates. No, of course, that's ridiculous, and that's not true. Do most women want men to pay for first dates? Yes. It's logically, it can be demonstrated logically. It's just kind of common sense, and there's studies proving it. So it's not misinformation. It's not a disservice to humanity. Completely reject it. I think what you're doing, if I can go on the offensive here, is a disservice to humanity, because you want to reject common sense. You want to reject logical observation. You want to, in fact, even reject just kind of, well, the studies, of course, but just, I mean, I don't know. I think that's a greater, your kumbaya approach to life is bullshit. Are you in favor of illegal immigration?
They put 100,000 people on one ark and gave me a bed on deck 943. No elevator, only ladders. People fell every night. I climbed down for breakfast.
No.
So you're against it?
Yes.
Should we deport all the illegal immigrants here in the United States?
I think it's a very complex issue
it's not.
that you can't just pick up and ship people out of the country all at
Completely
once.
disagree. That would be one. It would be really good. No offense toward a Barbie. Do we have any other Mexicans here? I don't want to offend anyone.
I'm not Mexican.
Oh, okay. Sorry. What?
Guatemalan.
Guatemalan. My apologies. We can deport them too. Just kidding. So I don't think it's nuanced. I don't think it's complicated. I don't think we need government bureaucracy spending millions of dollars doing studies on this shit. Illegal immigration is bad for the United States. It's bad for citizens. They need to fucking go. Whether voluntarily, which would be preferable, or through deportation. Are you in favor of deportations, yes or no?
Yes.
All illegal immigrants.
I'm in favor of a smart, responsible, efficient system that I don't think is like yes or no. It's. I don't study these things, so I don't know what that would look like.
So
but
you're right. But I would say. By the way, I don't have this. This isn't. I don't have any really strong felt animus for individual illegal immigrants. And I assume most of them, aside from the crime they've committed by either overstaying a visa or entering the country illegally, most of them are otherwise law-abiding. They're not violent. They're not criminals. My position is, though, because you might say, well, the violent ones, of course, we should deport. What about the non-violent ones who don't commit crimes, who are otherwise, mostly productive, I guess? Should we deport them too?
Can you hear me?
which is most of them. I do think that we should have a system that does deport illegal immigrants, yeah. But I don't think it's a simple system. So I'm hesitant to give a detailed answer because I don't know what the context is.
Okay.
Are they working in jobs, for example, where if we pick up and move everyone out of the country, businesses fall apart because they can't find enough workers. I think we have to be smart about these things.
I'm willing to take that hit, to be honest.
I'd like to speak, if you wouldn't mind, on
Sure.
this subject. I believe they shouldn't be in this country. They did not enter legally. There's nothing more to talk about. They need to go.
Can I ask something?
I married an illegal immigrant.
Oh.
So you married
Okay.
an illegal?
I'm correct.
Bye-bye, husband.
I'm in the
So you
process
want
of a
him-
divorce right now.
Oh, okay. She's deporting him.
He's actually legal now. He has his green card.
Green card through you.
Okay,
We
but
have
wow.
a lot of immigrants at the table today, right?
Well, we have some foreigners, which is different.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
well, are you guys all legal who are here?
Well, I think they're visiting. So we have Canadians, we have Denmark, we got China.
Well, some are living here.
They're, well, I don't think they're here.
You live here, right?
I'm a citizen here.
You're a
So
citizen?
I went through the entire
How was that process
naturalization
for you?
process. It was very long. It took me
What's up,
13
Pasty?
years.
Do you think
to
that
get my
process should be shorter and easier for people?
It wasn't a hard process. It was just a
But
very
you said it
long
was
process.
long. You just said it was long and hard and took 13 years.
Well, hard because you do have to pass a test, which
Yeah.
isn't really hard if you are willing to work for it. It's only hard
Yeah.
if you don't want to work for it. If you're willing to do
Hold.
Okay, well, now that that's over, again, is the audio not working? Again, all of the women there all again, the women here, all the women here were not just were more of I feel. They weren't being were a bit more of I feel, and it's
Oh, the pieces form something.
how do I? Oh, I need that. Okay, how do I get this to line up the right? Maybe it's this way? Yeah, they form some sort of window or door. My question is how do I see it the right way? Not this way. Okay. There we go.
Shave and a haircut.
But again, a lot of it was I feel. And, most men do not go off of I feel. And, is that rude? Is it crass? Is it to be contradictory? No. Not at all. No, it's just this is how women communicate. And Mancubus.
Are you in need of love?
And I can your humble host.
You are the man I won the deck of Canansi from. What are you doing here?
I am your humble host. Welcome to my speakeasy. This place is difficult to find. Perhaps young Master Pickle passed on word of my establishment.
Yes, he has folded his hand, so to speak. Are you the source of all this madness? Or is something even trickier at play?
Yes, that. The ongoing psychic effects of a broken eldritch artifact. It drives lesser minds quite mad.
All the more reason to find Ellie. Moxie sent me here for her.
Ah, then she received my invitation. Good, good. Well, if you seek Mistress Ellie, I am afraid she has declined my offers of protective lodging several times now. I sent Mr. Pickle out in the hopes he might track her down, but it seems the trail ran cold. Perhaps he left some clues as to her potential whereabouts in his lodging.
I feel, therefore I'm right, or therefore I'm valid. That's the way that you view it. While most men go, I think this, or I think that.
Someone would have stopped me by now. Shit, I can get some use out of this yet. This here's a beauty. Well, mine now? No take-backs. Plus, you really think I might have sold this same piece to a bandit a while back. Small world. I'll buy it. That'll look mighty fine on my... You sanitized it. You done with this?
So, yeah. So let's move on to the next portion of this stream. I know I don't have too much time left, but let's get this started with why men are walking away from dating and relationships. And we'll start off with the Psycheria channel.
Right now, millions of men are doing something more powerful than open rebellion. They are becoming invisible. If you spent last night replaying arguments in your head, trying to prove your worth to a woman, and received only a cold glance at a phone screen in return, stop. In 2026, trying harder is the fastest way to lose and finally surrender the remnants of your dignity. Your excessive activity is merely a signal to the system that even more resources can be squeezed out of you. Today, I will reveal why your silence scares them more than any loud scandal, and exactly what psychological mechanism causes women to panic specifically when you finally close the door behind you. This secret is what they hope you will never understand, because it deprives them of their last lever of pressure. Your silence is not a surrender. It is a reclaiming of territory that you gave away for too long without a fight for no reason. You aren't just leaving, you are cancelling a contract whose terms were written neither for you nor by you. In 2026, true status is not the number of women who want you, but the number of dramas you have not allowed into your life. Listen carefully. If you are a man and you are watching this, do not scroll past. The game is completely broken, and old strategies of attraction and retention now work against you like a blunt tool that only wounds you. For years, you were told that you are the root of all problems, and a perpetual debtor to a social system that does not value you. You were told to do more, be better, earn more, and bend lower, promised in return an ephemeral happiness that was always just over the next horizon. But now, in 2026, something massive has happened. The collective male consciousness simply said, enough. You no longer want to be the donkey chasing the carrot that is constantly moved away. You are leaving not in anger, but with a frightening, icy calmness that cannot be shaken. You are silently packing up your efforts, your resources, your attention, and leaving the table where you are not respected, even when you brought the biggest catch. And I am here to tell you as a man, and as a professional who sees the tears of women in my office every day, they have noticed. Unquote. Panic in female circles is growing because they are used to an unlimited resource that has suddenly run dry. Did you know that according to the latest surveys of 2026, more than 60% of men aged 18 to 35 are consciously refusing to seek serious relationships, citing preservation of mental health as the main reason? This is not a temporary marriage crisis. It is a full-scale strike by the primary providers of social and emotional stability. Men have realized that the price of entry into modern relationships has become higher than the potential benefit, and the math no longer adds up. We are witnessing the dismantling of the old family model, where the man was obligated to everything without even having the right to his own opinion in his own home. When the foundation decides it is no longer interested in supporting the entire building, the building inevitably begins to crack. And the most painful part of this is the realization that many came to this decision not out of cold calculation, but through years of disappointment, devaluation, and internal burnout. This is not a rebellion of the strong, it is a retreat of the weary, who one day realized that their efforts would never be sufficiently appreciated. And behind these statistics are not just numbers, but millions of stories of men who at some point simply stopped believing they could be loved for who they are, rather than for what they provide. We are in the center of a quiet revolution that needs no leaders, headquarters, or slogans. There are no protests or noisy manifestations here, because true strength does not scream, it simply ceases cooperation. Bars are emptying. Dating apps are filled with female profiles that receive not a single like from worthy candidates for months. Why? Because you are tired of being expendable material in someone else's game where the rules change every time you start to win, You are exhausted by the constant need to prove that you are good enough for those who themselves represent no value other than an inflated sense of self-importance. For 10 years, you were told you had to be an athlete with a six-figure income, read minds, and pay for everything, while humbly accepting the role of option number 3 on her list of priorities. They imposed on you the role of a traditional provider but gave you a modern woman who offers in return not even basic peace and domestic comfort. On the contrary, she brings chaos, drama, and an endless list of new demands taken from a social media feed. Finally, men looked at the terms of this deal and said, "No thanks. I'd rather spend that time on myself, my sleep, and my goals." You finally realize that being alone is much more profitable than being with someone who makes you twice as lonely. Remember the face of the woman for whom you did everything, stepping over your pride and your principles. Do you feel that same warmth now, or is it just the phantom pain of massive investments that will never pay off? You stopped running for approval and stopped paying for dinners with those who spend half the date looking for the best selfie angle, ignoring your presence. You think your loyalty is an asset, but in the world of 2026, it often turns into your sentence, devaluing you to zero. Take my client Michael. He was perfect, according to all the manuals. 60 hours of hard work, a paid-off mortgage, total loyalty, and readiness to help at any second. He came home dreaming of a simple smile but entered a constant atmosphere of tension, met with reproaches for lack of involvement. He was told he was emotionally unavailable while he was literally burning out his health to provide her with a standard of living she couldn't have dreamed of on her own. One day, after another pointless conflict, Michael simply stopped arguing and went to another room without saying a word. He stopped making excuses, stopped asking for forgiveness for being tired, and stopped trying to fix what others were breaking. And at that moment, when he found internal peace and stopped reacting emotionally, his wife's world began to crumble faster than a house of cards in the wind. It turned out her power rested only on his willingness to fight for the relationship. As soon as he let go of the rope, she fell into the abyss of her own uselessness, realizing her whims no longer had an audience. Without your attention, her drama is just noise in an empty room. There is a bitter truth that society tries to disguise with tons of propaganda. A woman, a child, and a dog are loved unconditionally, but a man is loved only on the condition that he provides utility. You feel it in every cell of your body when you are evaluated not for who you are, but for what you can give here and now. Society conditioned you to believe that your value is merely the volume of resources that can be extracted from you, your money, your time, your endurance. In exchange, you receive only the temporary right not to be attacked by new claims. You become a function, an ATM, a problem solver, but not a living person with feelings and needs. But here is the trap. You try to earn love through understanding and softness, but in 2026, this works exactly the opposite way. It is perceived as a sign of your weakness. Psychologists have proven the brain perceives social rejection the same way as physical pain, but the one who distances himself first activates a powerful dopamine shield that gives a sense of superiority. You are either a victim of circumstances or the architect of your own distance, which protects your psyche from destruction. When was the last time you apologized for something that wasn't your fault, just to avoid ruining the evening and avoid another round of drama? In that moment, you weren't saving the relationship. You were merely confirming that your boundaries are a fiction that can be violated with impunity. You were pressing the self-destruct button on your authority, turning from a man into convenient furniture. Every concession you make at your own expense is another step toward her losing interest in you as a person. Social media sold women a dangerous illusion of infinite choice, turning the search for a partner into a mindless swipe across a screen. Any average girl now firmly believes that sitting in her phone is a queue of millionaires ready to throw the world at her feet on command. Because of this, basic respect for a real, reliable man standing nearby has simply evaporated like water in the sun. Why value the one who fixes the tap and pays for the electricity if someone on Instagram promises Dubai and an eternal party? But this was a grand bluff, a digital empty shell that provides no warmth on a cold night and will not come to the rescue in a difficult hour. Likes and follows are free trash, but the loyalty and security provided by a real, predictable man is the hardest currency on the market, which is now in short supply. And women in 2026 are beginning to slowly understand that their asset portfolio of empty promises and fleeting attention is a total bankruptcy. They spent their youth chasing ghosts, ignoring those who could have been their foundation and support. Now they are left alone with their inflated expectations and an empty apartment. And in this silence, for the first time, one's own disappointment becomes truly audible, no longer distractible by a new notification. No ideal man appears when the screen goes dark. Only the cold of reality remains and the realization of wasted years. And the most painful part, the understanding that those they once considered ordinary are already gone and have no intention of returning. You finally understood that this game isn't worth the candle, and the rules change right in the middle of a move so that you always remain the loser. You deleted the apps, went to the gym not for someone, but for the feeling of your own strength and control over your body. You started saving money for your goals, not our goals, and this gave you a freedom never seen before. Does it seem to you that your disappearance went unnoticed in this digital noise? Let me look behind the scenes, into the inner sanctum of female psychology, my office, where masks are dropped. In 2026, my workday is packed with women 30 plus who are choking back tears, asking the same question: where are all the normal men? Where did they all go? I look them in the eyes and tell the truth that burns. Men haven't disappeared. They have simply become inaccessible to you because you devalued their presence and their labour. You ignored these good guys at 20, considering them boring background characters in your endless party. Now these characters have grown up, realised their strength, and written their own script, in which there is simply no place for you. They build their houses, develop businesses, travel, and find joy in things that do not require constant emotional maintenance of others' whims. A man who has learned to be happy alone is the worst nightmare for a manipulator. We are told from all sides that communication and endless heart-to-heart talks are the universal key to success in any couple. A lie. In the toxic dynamics of 2026, communication is merely a way to give a manipulator a detailed map of your most vulnerable spots. The more you explain your feelings and pains, the easier it is to devalue them and use them against you in the next convenient argument. Your revelations become bullets that will be fired back at you at the first opportunity. A man who has found peace in solitude and stopped needing explanations and excuses becomes the most dangerous and unpredictable player. It is impossible to hook him with cheap guilt or fear of loss, because he has already gone through that, burned out, and survived. He no longer seeks approval in external eyes because he found it within himself, in his actions and achievements. His silence now speaks louder than any screams, because behind this silence stands a readiness to leave at any second. And here is the question that makes one uncomfortable. How many times have you already handed over your weak spots to someone else's hands, calling it honesty? How many times have your most sincere words returned to you in the form of a cold reproach or mockery at your most vulnerable moment? If you recognize yourself in this, it means you have already been in a game where the rules are written against you, and it's time to finally stop playing it. An interesting fact: according to the Pareto principle, in today's digital attention economy, 80% of female interest is focused on 20% of men. But it is the remaining 80% of men who are the foundation of the economy, security, and all of civilization. When this foundation begins to crack, move into the shadows, and stops playing the demo version of a family, the entire building of society begins to tilt dangerously. But be extremely careful on this path to yourself. There is something much worse than slavery and toxic relationships. It is lifelong slavery to your own anger, resentment, and bitterness. If you spend your evenings writing poisonous comments or checking an ex's profile, you are still on a leash. It has just become a bit longer and more invisible. You are still feeding the same system with your precious attention, only now through negativity and internal destruction. The opposite of love is not hatred, which requires a huge expenditure of your life energy. The opposite of love is an icy, absolute indifference, when you truly do not care. When you can look at this entire modern dating circus, sincerely smile, shake your head, and go on building your empire, that is when you become truly invulnerable. You no longer need to prove you are cool, because your inner peace and the results of your activities speak for themselves. You are no longer participating in an auction where the lot is your self-respect. Here is the main secret, which is the foundation of your entire future. Your attention is the most expensive thing you own in this world. The entire world of 2026, from giant corporations to petty manipulators on Tinder, is hunting for your focus and your time. Social networks, advertising algorithms, subscription sites, it is vital for them that you feel inadequate, hungry, and lonely without their external approval. They need you to constantly compare your real life with their ideal picture and feel a perpetual deficit. As soon as you take your attention from the outside and direct it deep within yourself, this entire complex system of manipulation simply collapses like an empty bubble. Become a healthy egoist, because in this world, no one else will look after your interests as sincerely as you will. Society is mortally afraid of men who live for their own pleasure and development, because they cannot be managed through imposed shame or mythical duty. Go to the gym until your body becomes physical armor against stress and disease. Study, read, analyze, until your mind turns into an impregnable fortress that no manipulation can breach. Accumulate capital until your account becomes a guarantee that you will never in your life have to agree to bad terms out of need or fear of being alone. Your freedom begins where your desire to please everyone ends. And when you reach this point of true integrity, real magic will happen in your life. Sticky, repulsive need will forever disappear from your gaze, your gait, and your voice. You will begin to broadcast a calm, confident strength that itself attracts the right circumstances and truly high-quality people. And exactly then, and only then, will you find that crystal clarity to see who is truly worthy of being near you, and who only wants to warm themselves by your fire while giving nothing in return. You will see the difference between those who invest in you with their time and care, and those who only consume your energy, hiding behind beautiful words. You will never again agree to measly crumbs from the table because you yourself will become the full master of this feast. Your value is now determined by you, not by a market quote in someone's smartphone. You have finally returned home to yourself, and with this comes a painful realization. How many years you lived not your own life, trying to earn love that no one intended to give you for real. It becomes bitter to think how much energy, time, and nerves you drained, hoping that just a little more and everything will change. But it is this pain that makes you free, because now you will never again betray yourself for the sake of someone's temporary attention. You hold all the cards in your hands, and it has always been that way, even when you felt like a loser. You are simply hindered for too long by a thick, heavy blindfold woven from others' expectations, social stereotypes, and false ideals. Take it off right now, and look at the world as it truly is. If you felt a resonance with my words, if you no longer want to be an option, a function, or a wallet, take this first step toward your freedom. Like this, so that this video finds another brother who is currently on the brink of despair and thinks he is alone in his pain. Subscribe to the Psycheria channel here. We do not engage in empty consolation. We engage in returning to you your natural strength and dignity. And finally, I want you to go down to the comments and write just one word that will become your new compass. Peace. Let yourself and this entire crazy world know that you've officially exited this meaningless game and are taking the full right to your life.
You know, just listening to that whole video, you know, it proves the point that, you know, it's you build up and then eventually, you know, you get hopefully what you're hoping for. Now, I can hear some people saying, well, isn't this just R-pill cope? Sadly, that is the truth that a lot of men have been sold. That you have to do all these things that society says you need, and most men sit there and are like, how am I supposed to do all this? And when they say, well, I can't do this, well, I'm going to go do my own thing, and then if someone wants to tag along, okay, fine. And then for those who have dealt with nagging, nasty women, and frankly, you know, this is becoming the attitude of more and more men. Now, is this all women? No. No, it's not. And, you know, if it was all women, the human race would be doomed.
That is the way the dice roll.
So, you know, we have to sit here and, you know, beg the question. Why is this all happening now? Immune. Interesting. And, you know, the sad truth is that there's no value. And when I say there's no value, it's men are expected to not only provide and keep and maintain their men are expected to maintain their rights and responsibilities, and yet women women expect to gain all their benefits. I mean, you know, the whole I want my cake, you need it too. I mean, you hear this on Reddit a lot, where you hear the stories of the woman who wants the hardworking man who brings home the bacon, yet she wants him to be okay while she goes and sees her favorite boy toy on the side. So while he's working his butt off providing, giving her the life she wants, she's giving him the bare minimum of what he needs and wants to be in the relationship. And then she's devastated when he leaves.
Crikey, you ain't the Lost Legion. Who are ya?
Just a friend passing through. Have you seen a lady named Ellie?
The avalanche in overalls.
Alright, we'll do this last video, then we'll go for the outro here, folks.
If you're friends with her, you're dead.
Walking away in 2026. So, welcome to 2026. New year, new you, right? Yeah, no. Especially when it comes to dating and relationships for men. Truth is, nothing's going to change in 2026, and men will still be dealing with the very same lies, the same ridiculous demands and expectations, and the very same bad deal that relationships are for men these days. Every January we're told, this is the year everything changes. New beginnings, fresh starts, better relationships. But here's the truth that nobody wants to say out loud. More men than ever are done trying. And in 2026, the number of men who will decide to drop out of the dating scene, and indeed all of society, is going to really explode. Marriage rates are still collapsing across the West. Dating is dying. And approaching women, talking to them, even being around them, has become a complete liability for men. And no, ladies, this is not about fear, and it's not bitterness. And it's certainly not men being emotionally unavailable. It's men doing the math and calmly opting out. So let's start 2026 with a little bit of honesty. Let's talk about the 5 big reasons more and more men will be walking away this year. And why, in the end, it's the smart, prudent, rational decision to do so. All right, let's kick off the year with this same unanswered question, the one men have been asking women for years now, and have yet to get an answer for. And that is, just what the hell is the actual benefit of a relationship or marriage for men in 2026? We don't want any slogans, no feelings, not any Hallmark cards. A real, tangible benefit. And no, ladies, that lame-ass married men live longer doesn't count. That stat completely ignores divorced men. You know, the ones destroyed by the system that marriage feeds into, the stat that hides the dozens of men every single day who sadly unalive themselves after being chewed up and spit out by the courts that don't care about them in the least. Not to mention the exes who take absolute joy in getting revenge on the man. You know, the man they once claimed to love and care about, but clearly never did. And here's the other side of that tiny little coin. Even if it were true, longer doesn't mean better. Quantity isn't quality. Sure, you can live a long, miserable life eating cheap ground beef every day, or have a shorter, richer one, enjoying fine steak. I don't know about you, but I know what choice I'd make. Sorry, ladies, but men are choosing quality over quantity. And well, when it comes to quality, ladies, let's just say the cupboard is pretty bare. The truth is, marriage today is all risk with little chance of reward for men. It offers obligation without giving any protection, and consequences without accountability. That hasn't changed, and it won't be anytime soon. But guess what? Neither has men's conclusions. Next, let's talk about the fact that for men, the workload keeps growing and the appreciation keeps shrinking like George Costanza's you-know-what after he got out of the ocean. In 2026, men are still expected to do everything. Provide, protect, plan, perform. They're told that they need to be emotionally fluent, ambitious, but not threatening, masculine, but not toxic. And even when men show up, it's never enough because the comparison never stops. She'll compare him to her friends, her social media. She'll compare him to influencers who don't live in reality. She'll compare him to those lame-ass guys in Hallmark and Disney movies. Not to mention that insipid Virgin River where every man talks like a woman and says things no man would actually ever say. Men aren't competing with other men anymore. They're competing with an algorithm. They're competing with a fantasy. They're competing with men that don't even exist, men who never have and never will exist. Because for men, perfection is expected and imperfection is punished. So men are doing what any rational person would do in 2026. They're leaving a job where the effort is never acknowledged and failure is all but guaranteed. Next, and this is a big one and one that I think really came to the fore during the COVID pandemic, which is that men learned peace exists without women. In fact, they found out en masse that there's a far better chance of finding it without a woman than there ever was or is with one. And men are carrying that lesson straight into 2026. They've figured out that they don't need the chaos, especially the chaos that defines women, in order to feel alive. The pandemic showed men something they were never supposed to discover. That life is quieter, simpler, it's calmer and healthier without constant emotional tension. Men learned how to live alone. And more importantly, they learned how to thrive and be happy alone. They found less stress, more freedom, no constant need to prove their worth. And when men stopped chasing, the narrative flipped. Suddenly it was, men just want a mommy. No, sweetie. Men don't want to be managed, corrected, or drained. Men want solitude. And they found that solitude brought peace. And peace to men is absolutely addictive. That realization doesn't disappear just because it's January 1st. Oh no, my friends. It's followed men straight into the new year. Next, and this one's going to hit the ladies hard because, well, we all know how they are with accountability. And ladies, this one is on you completely. You see, men were told repeatedly by you to go away. By you and only you. Let's not rewrite history as y'all love to do. Let's actually take some accountability for your actions. Men didn't leave quietly. You simply told them to leave. For decades, society and women, especially, told men that they weren't wanted and weren't needed, that masculinity was toxic, that men were the problem. Every failure is blamed on men. Every social issue is laid at their feet. And in 2026, that messaging hasn't softened. Oh no. If anything, it's intensifying. Social media has turned disdain for men into entertainment. I mean, what better way for a woman to get clicks, likes, and a whole bunch of validation than to go on social media and trash men? Even the men they're in relationships with. In fact, especially the men they're in relationships with. Women have turned outing their husbands' every little tiny fault into a blood sport, all to get those aforementioned clicks, comments, and cooperation from other women. It doesn't mean that what they're saying is true. In fact, more often than not, when you talk to the men, which I do, you find out that everything she's claiming is anything but true. But truth is irrelevant. It's believe all women and trust me, she's gonna be believed. Believed by all the other women who will take great joy in dogpiling on that poor man and helping her to destroy her husband and in the process destroy her marriage. So addicted are women to the attention, to the validation now, that they're willing to destroy the man they claim to love, destroy the relationship in order to get it. And when in time they come to realize what they've done and they try to reverse it, only to find the damage is done, well, what do they then do? They go and cry and whine. Oh, poor me. Who cares what I've done to his reputation, done to his manhood, done to the relationship? Oh, it's all about me. Hoo. Well, once you've destroyed that relationship, there is no going back. Ladies, you turned mockery into empowerment, hostility into identity. So when men finally listened to you and decided to walk away, now we're supposed to act surprised? Sorry, ladies. You don't get to spend 50 years screaming all men are trash and then complain when men stop showing up. Stop talking to you. Stop dating you. Stop marrying you. You have no one to blame but yourselves. And I'm sorry to say, but all y'all's toxicity runs so deep it couldn't be dug out with 1,000,000 John Deere tractors in 1,000 years. You didn't just burn your bridges, you napalmed them over and over and over again. And you're still doing it. And now we've reached the final nail in the coffin, the one men know is an absolute truth. And that is that the risk of being around women, being in proximity to them, has only gotten worse. And that's saying something. In 2026, the risk isn't theoretical anymore. It's documented. It's proven. The risk that women present to men on a daily basis of making false allegations is beyond question. Ladies decided to weaponize Me Too and use that to make rampant false allegations against any man. Harassment charges and restraining orders are now handed out like Halloween candy. Family courts are stacked against fathers. A man can lose his career, his reputation, his home, his kids, based solely on the word of a woman. An accusation alone with not a single shred of evidence required. And even when the blatant lies are found out, no accountability for the women who do that. Still non-existent. No, in fact, what men see is women getting celebrated for the destruction, cheered on for their abuse, reframed as empowerment, and then encouraged to use financial exploitation and then called that self-discovery. Men have watched it happen to their fathers, their brothers, their co-workers, and their friends, time and again. So no, ladies, let me say it again. Men aren't afraid. They aren't scared of commitment. If anything, they actually still crave it. But they've realized that the cost for seeking it is simply too much to bear, which is why they're now refusing to play the game, refusing to be the martyrs in your little legal, emotional, and financial roulette. That's not cowardice. That's intelligence. So as we head into the new year, as we start 2026, let's ask the actual right question that should be asked. Not why are men walking away, but why haven't more of them already? And I think we're going to see that even more of them will. Far more than already have walked away, which is a lot. Men see the system for what it is. They see the incentives that are given to women to destroy men. They see the outcomes when they do. And they're choosing peace, purpose, and self-respect instead. Sorry, ladies, we all know you love to assign emotions to men, but men aren't angry. They're just done negotiating the system that you created, the system that views them and treats them as disposable. And unless something fundamentally changes, which, let's be honest, it won't, at least not in 2026 and probably not for a few decades more, a new year isn't going to bring men back. No, what it will do is just bring more of them to the exit. All right, I'd love to hear all of your thoughts on this.
All right, everybody. You know, just think about it for a minute. Think about the women you see on whatever. We're going to exclude Fresh and Fit because they intentionally bring on the women from the women to say and do the kinds of things they do. But, you know, when you think about everything, how there's no communication effort, there's no, what else? There's very little accountability, laws are stacked, and what do you do? What do you do? And, you know, you wonder why a lot of men have walked away from dating. Sadly, the answer isn't evil men snickering in the corner. It's, bruh, I saw what happened to my dad. I don't want that happening to me. Oh, hell no. But, you know, I hope everybody enjoyed. Thank you for watching. And I will see everybody next week. Until then, everybody, peace out.